Wait, am I dead? Wait, am I dead? Wait, if I'm living, does that mean I'm dead? I mean, if you shove stuff inside of us enough, you know, like you take a thingy and you go, you know, and then you become a puddle, and then you die. Or if you overhydrate. Like if you pump too much in, at once, it becomes and then it become a marble. So if we do a bad impersonation of a scene. Why did that make me laugh so much? Why did that make me giggle? Why did that make me laugh? It wasn't even funny. Why did it make me laugh? It's not funny, didn't laugh. Proceeds to laugh a lot. Anyway, hi. Hi. How is everyone doing? Also, no poking core. No poking core. Why? Because that's sexual harassment. That's why. That is specialable actions. Snake gets a pass though. He likes men. He's not here to defend himself. I can call him homosexual all I want. I have a talent of making the unfunny somehow funny. No, I'm mentally retarded, so it was just funny. I know it's very quiet, the sound for the game, but can anyone even hear it? Because I'm worried if I raise it, you know, I should probably, hold on. Mute it. Phone. Copy. Paste. Property. Rename. Rock. No! It's stupid. Can't, undo. Pops open can. I'm mentally I have a speech impediment. Thank you very much. Why was that funny? Also, now I can't hear the game. Well, I had it muted, but I tried to make another. What is my filters on this? Oh, I don't have any mute of them, so I can just what is it? Audio output. Make another audio output. Make it that. And now you're gonna hear it twice. Shut up. I forgot it instantly puts it at max, so I probably just made everyone deaf. Sorry! I muted that! I'm mad. Impediment or no, I like the way you sound. It wasn't that bad. No, I made you I did the big cummies into your ear, and it made the kaboom. And that's what happened. All facts. All logic. Hi. Oh God, I can feel the scratch in my throat, in my voice right now. Trust me, it was bad. It was a big, loud, scary noise. Was it like I put something wet in your ear? Was it like I stuck something long in your ear that was very wet and then went? And then your ear goes. Was it like that? That was like music but too loud. So it felt good. I think just any part of your body. Did you know if you put your finger in someone's belly button for more than 5 seconds, then you have legally raped them? And you can be put on the sex offenders registry for it? No? You didn't know that? Ah. Wait, does that mean people with outies can't be raped? Yes! Anyway, this is Terraria. Anyway, this is Terraria, everyone. This is, I'm playing Terraria right now. I have no idea what this game is. I'm pretty sure it's a Vampire Survivor, but with an actual story and characters and stuff. I think maybe? Look it up. It's not Terraria. It looks like... No. Slime. This is Terraria. They just took the game out of the mod. So, Second Stellar was apparently originally a mod for Terraria. Apparently. And then they took the game out of the mod and then made the mod standalone. A la DayZ. Now, I don't know if it's still in the same engine. Like they just ported... It is Terraria. They just removed Terraria. Exactly! It is Terraria. They just removed Terraria. Also, all I did was click the screen. I did not do anything else. I just tapped left mouse button. And now I have a white girl, angrily staring at me. And now I have a Twinks. Perseus? Yeah, that's a person. This is unlike you, Iridani. You're the rational one. No, she isn't. I don't know who you are. But I'm gonna say no. Does she have big titties? Oh wait, take a look at yourself. You can barely stand and you haven't even struck me once. Aphrodite can't fight anymore. Stand down, please. The rain sound effect is not properly looping. I can tell you aren't planning on giving up anytime soon. Okay, Percy... I don't know why the lack of that... I don't know why that's bothering me. So, I'm assuming these characters are named after, Greek things, because Aphrodite If she does not have big titties, I will be very disappointed. That's right, I'm not giving up, not until you answer us. How long have you been lying to us? I don't know, how long has the game been going on for? Does this game assume I played the Terraria mod? Wait, is this considered a sequel to a Terraria mod? Do I need to go back and play Terraria? Do I need to go back and beat Terraria to know what's going on? If I could answer you, I would. Truthfully. Surely you must understand this. You must not leave here, no matter what the disc. What disc? I'd like to know what you're talking about. Do not seek out the Voyager. Enterprise? Lame. Say what you like, brother. Same? But if you won't part with the answers we need, we're leaving. Now. Are you gonna leave? Eddie. I know, Trey only had one purple-haired woman, and she has a hairstylist trapped in a spider nest. Oh. Hey, I'm ready. To be truly honest, I'm not sure where we'll end up, or what I'm even doing. Probably call doing this. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's going to happen. We're probably all going to die here. But YOLO, I'm not into. I don't want Big Bro to see us. I am truly sorry circumstances led us to this. If you must needs follow the disc, never let it leave your possession. As starfarers, it will be your strength. Okay, so are we going to leave the 2D and become 3D? Bye, Percy! Bye, Percy! Bye, Percy! Input explosion VFX here. I can only hope they can find their footing in the cosmos unfamiliar to them, and that enough time has elapsed. So what happened? Why did we not want Big Butter? Why are we here? What did we do? What's a disc? They're being beamed up by Scotty? Why is the Enterprise now a giant floating rock? Why does this just look like a... Why does this feel like I just got teleported into Terraria? It's been quite the mess. Also, is the volume too high? Is the volume egaboo? Okay, it might be a little high. Because they learned what camouflage was. That's for losers. Did I wake you? My apologies. Don't you worry. I'm sure I was going to wake up soon anyways. I haven't seen the end once the important part concludes. I can tell from your face you're about to ask and no. I still can't make heads tell what happened. I can't. I'm sorry. Every time I see the word disc in it here, I am not reading disc. I am trying really hard to say disc, but I'm not reading it. Also, you cannot see over my big fat hair. Why is my tongue so fat right now? I would like to know, I bought this game not taking it seriously because it was like, I don't know, it was on discount. I was like, lol, why not? I bought a bunch of other stuff. Is there cinnamon? Cinnamon? Is there a sea anemone? It's a sea anemone! It's also hazy. Like I just woke up. You know what I mean? How did your experiment go? I can see you watched your stat. I really feel like there is... Okay, I have to ask. How do people feel about the way certain games start? Because like, here, this is what's called a cold opening. We don't know what's going on, but the characters know things. Like, there's things that we don't know that the characters actively know. It's called a cold opening. There's a warm opening and there's cold opening. A warm opening would be like Legend of Zelda, where Link, for all intents and purposes, doesn't know anything. You know, so you start the game, you go and you start learning things along with Link. Whereas here, I don't know what a disc is. I don't know why I didn't want to make out with my brother. I don't know why we didn't want to bring brother with us. I don't know why brother was trying to slap us. I mean, come on. What did we do? I don't know why we exploded. I don't know why it was missing its VFX effect. And I don't know why we're on a rock. Was that all a dream? Are we gay? Probably. As long as it's here, though, it persists indefinitely. Like I hypothesize, this artifact keeps whatever constructs we make solid, judging by the slight pull I feel towards it. In a way, okay, so I don't know what this artifact is, but apparently it's a thing. Not as much when I woke to our tent still present, but I had to make sure perhaps it's what led us here in the first place. And you needn't worry about me falling, thank you very much. Like chips to them. They eat them as snacks, but they have the last one from the bag, trying to figure out what to split between the friend group. Okay, no. Can a brother borrow a fry? Now, how you gonna borrow a fry? Brother, are you gonna give it back? Can a brother borrow a fry? How you gonna borrow a french fry? Brother, you gonna give it back? In other news, I don't wish to alarm you, but, there's a dude. For realsies? Alright, so who is this? Hello, Yowie man. Who are you? Well, I'd like to answer, but we don't know either. We're stranded in a way. And he has Yowie hands. He has Yowie hands! Wait! He actually has Yowie hands! Look! Wait, look! Look, he has Yowie hands. My name is Frank. Bert? Wait. Frankfurt. Wait. The Germans like feet. Okay. Oh, I didn't read that. Well, that's strange. You, my friends, are all on a small island in the southern reaches. This is very loud. Which is quite hard to end up without charting a course here. No worries, no worries. Your name is Hyde, and I already actively don't trust you from my experience in Chrono Art. I actively don't trust you. It's quite lucky I managed to find folks like you so far out here. Hi! I'm Eri, and this is Aphrodite. Wait, that's the wrong way. This is Eri, and I'm Aphrodite. Can I close on astrologist? Hey, he wants to rock the fit. Hey, sometimes the yaoi work gets a little too rough, okay? Sometimes the yaoi just gets a little too rough, okay? It's a pleasure. Now, I'm a tad curious on how you two ended up here in the first place. Where's the ship? That's a little hard to explain. Ooh, what a strange circular device that records information, probably. Okay, wait. Will this game take disc as in, like, a physical disc like we think of it? Or is it going to do the, like, um, Pokemon and the Mega Man EXE, where a disc is more like a cube with a disc inside of it. Hang on, Aries, something's not right. Hey, I'm coming for you, buddy. I'm gonna get you. Oh my gosh, it's a cat girl! Why is it just a cat girl? A slab? Asking too many questions. I mean, true. Is it, wait, are they actually called slabs? I don't know, I'm a zoomer, apparently. Based on... This, no, it's still very steampunky. And an inopportune time for one's arrival. I hide. Alright, time to beat him up! Okay, so is this gonna be the tutorial? Is this a visual novel or is this an actual video game? Yield, you two, fight with no hostile intent. This, I mean, I didn't do anything. Nothing happened. Scream went to black and we hide apparently. 0-10 believability. Nah, the believability went out the window when it cut to black and we hide. That's when the believability went away. That was the perfect place to throw a tutorial and they blew it. Failure. Failure of the game design. You, finally! You know, you're... no, I can't know that because nothing happened. Do not misunderstand. This does not clear you of what suspicions? You haven't said anything. Nothing has happened. I don't know what's happening. It feels like I came into a game that's halfway through playing. Well, it may be difficult to believe, but we're not sure how we arrived here. She looks like she'll see through anything I come up with. I have to use my master abilities of a potato salad to convince her otherwise. My sister and I, we're suffering from a spot of confusion. My brother kept us in some sort of, well, I can't quite put it to words, but this is a lot of words. I'm not reading all that. Wait, you blow him? In my defense, I just got smacked upside the head several times. I'm the frontliner for my sister, you see. Why'd you put C down there? We've only been here for one morning and confronted that stranger hide mere moments before you appeared. In a way, the fantastical nature of your tale lends itself more credence. Fine, I've decided you clear my suspicion. You may call me Garidin. She was seen behind the purple one. Ah. I'm an archivist for Novam Athena. Ah, very clever. A grand archive that presides over the southern reach. Reach of what? My butt? I mean, it's really big. It would have a southern reach. I see the gathering of knowledge seems to be a more combat-oriented profession. Perhaps it should be expected remembering that. Hi, fellow. Oh, where'd he go? No, really, where'd he go? But perceiving how quick you were to be swindled does not inspire faith in your abilities. We got swindled how? How do we get swindled? We were gauging his intention. Literally nothing happened. He said hello, we said hi, we stared at him, and then you showed up. Literally nothing happened. You really have dangers around here that they're employing shock troopers? Wait. Shock troopers? Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't know she could conduct electricity. I didn't know she was one of the Thundercats. I'm sorry. This would have been a great opportunity for a cutscene to show off her Thundercats. How? The archive is matured from its roots. Okay, it really feels like I should have played the Terraria mod. This is what this feels like. This feels like I am missing critical information from outside resources. Out of nowhere because you just thought they were suspicious? Sure. I mean, if archivist is code for the federal government, then I mean, yes, I want to converse with the archivist who handle those matters. Those matters of what? Chicken butt? I get that sounds suspiciously like an invitation. Is the background gonna change from being a rock? Is it gonna change from being a rock to being a room? So unnatural, your situation falls far beyond my jurisdiction. She is a cop! Run away! She's a cop! I'm trying to have fun with nothing happening, by the way. I hope it is working. I'm trying to make the story here slightly fun because I don't know what's I actively don't know what's happening. Do not expect me to accompany you. Then why were you here in the first place? Why were you given a model? Why didn't the other people show up? We will meet again at the archive. We will have to speak to the head archivist directly if you wish to inquire about yourselves. My intuition leads me to believe your presence is far more enigmatic than expected. I shall take my leave. Do not rush yourself. So you want us to come, but you don't want us to help come. So no more coming. Where do we go? Unless you can master that teleportation trick again, Aphrodite, we may have to muster a plan soon. Wearing up, dear sister. I've got a plan! A good one! We're gonna play Terraria! God, if she literally just says we're going to build a crop, we're gonna build a moat. We're gonna dig a moat. But something within recoils at the idea of your... What the hell? You put things on the wrong layer. Game dev, you put things on the wrong layer. You were supposed to put this on a separate layer and this on a separate layer so that it's only within the box. You put it in the wrong box. You put it on the wrong box. You put it on the wrong layer. Game dev, you put it on the wrong layer. I'd like to know it did say alpha down there in the bottom left. So this is technically, it is on early access, so I'm just gonna buff out. We're gonna build an elevator and fight the wall of thatch. If they say we're gonna fight a wall. See, my problem is I'm taking this by the idea that this was a mod and that there's things I don't know because the mod would have told me those things. Must you be so quick to doubt? Listen closely, we find ourselves in truly magnanimous circumstances. Given what we know, we should be able to manifest our power here to construct a permanent residence. Oh my God, is this going to be... God, is this going to be interworld, dig a bunch of stuff up, fight things, and then get out, and then bring it here to make things big, cool, awesome? Look, we won't get anywhere if we just sit around. We'll need more energy to construct anything larger than our Nuga tents. Let's begin by making an I was right! It may be manual for now, but if we work together, we could propel the island over! I saw in the mod, the purple and blue girls are just entities that give you different skills depending on who you choose. Ah, wait, the mod actually had these two characters? Wait, I was just joking. Wait, are you really telling me I'm missing information because I didn't play a mod? Wait, hold on, I actually kind of want to look this up. I kind of want to look up the mod. I kind of want to look up the mod now. Yes! Wait, hold on, I have to look this up now. Wait, this is very important. I have to look this up now. I went by myself a long time, so I've been using the experience from my mod to make this dream come true. Where's the mod? Where's the mod? I want to know the mod. Where's the mod? What's the mod? Where's the mod? Stars above is what the mod is called. Official The Stars Above wiki page. Stars Above Steam Workshop. Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah. Explore the galaxy. Get high quality Terraria service with 25% off your first month use your code at Bisect Hosting. The Stars Above flagship feature. Meet Asphodini and Eridani, masters of Astral and Umbral respectively. Empowered by their strength and led by their guidance, you will be able to challenge any foes Terraria has. Terraria has the offer! Weapon memories. The Neon Veil. Cosmic Voyage. Additional content mod crossover content. The mod. This is a whole mod. Like to note. Wait, this isn't mod loader? Wait, what? Oh! I didn't know it was a separate thingy. That explains why I can't find any mods for Terraria. Oh wow, I'm specially challenged. Tedious manual label. Nah, that sounds like one of your plans. Alright. Let us waste no time. Your idea does have merit. Alright, so what's gonna happen? Oh god, everything's exploding. Your first voyage. Welcome to the main menu. To begin your first voyage, select the first option on the left. To exit menu, use the escape key. Feel free to explore the menu and adjust settings as well. You can disable further tutorial pop-ups by toggling Enable Tutorials in the settings, or view all tutorials with the question mark button. Some tutorials don't open automatically and can be found there. Entering the voyage. To enter the voyage, you'll have to select the characters you'll be playing as in the preparation menu. Select characters with the left click for character 1 and right click for character 2. In this menu, you are able to view the stats of characters before embarking on a voyage. Furthermore, you can access the constellations for each character, a skill tree of powerful abilities that can be unlocked through consuming Mnemoia, currency that drops during voyages. Each character can only equip a certain amount of skills, and some skills have a higher cost than others. Experience collected on voyages is distributed to participating characters as aptitudes. Collect enough and you can ascend, unlocking new skills as well as increasing your skill cost cap. You can set 3 skill presets per character and swap between them when starting a voyage to match with your selected weaponry. Weapon select! When embarking on a voyage, you must select a combination of weapons to use for both characters. Use left click to select for 1 and right click for 2. Weapons are the primary way to deal damage, and they have 3 abilities: primary, special, and burst. Hover over each of their icons to see what each weapon skill is capable of. Each weapon has their own unique doohickey, dahuki, and bahuki. For hard stages or difficulties, prioritize powerful combos or aim to complete achievements with weapons you use sparingly. Using your weapon. Oh Jesus. Gameplay in Second Stellar consists of 2 weapons and their attacks, a primary, a special, and a burst. Does this guy have a team to tell them that the dialogue might be a bit unfollowable? No, I feel like that's intentional. Like, that's because you can do M to N. It's just not normal in modern language, but it is a thing that actually is. That is how words work. Like, that is how the English language functions sometimes, probably. Oh, did anyone have their internet cut out yesterday? Like, did anyone's internet explode yesterday? Because everyone's talking about how, nope, but the router did glow up red. Well, that doesn't sound good. Like, like, I have the funny Z-Mans. And my internet was completely fine, and my signal was completely fine, except it had 1 bar, but that's like normal. I'm just curious if we got the $20. Because apparently everyone got $20. I don't think I got $20. You can swap between characters and the weapons they have equipped. With the tab key, make good use of swapping to adjust to certain scenarios. Or do like what I do and not remember that button exists. After defeating foes, you'll collect experience measured in the gauge. Okay, yeah, I know how experience bars work. You know what's funny? Most games have to treat the player like they're actually either 7, 65, or mentally challenged. You know? And I don't know how I feel about that. Like, every tutorial has to explain, this is what A button is, this is what a B button is. The Terraria mod would have gotten you, yeah, because it's Terraria. Now, I don't mind all this. I actually do like reading tutorials. But I do think it's hilarious that, like, you kind of have to have tutorials down that say, like, in Dark Souls and in Elden Ring, there's tutorials on how to move. But you have to know how to move to actually get to the tutorial on how to move. And then the tutorial on how to open the menu or how to open a thing only pops up after you open the thing. It's like, what? Like, it kind of feels like tutorials are kind of, like, shouldn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? Like, unless, like, you're doing something different, just the basic, these are the controls, these are the special, like, thingies that are different about our game, that's all you need to know. You know? But tutorial just explains stuff when it is relevant. I mean, to be fair, they did say they would pop up on their own when I get there. I'm actively reading ahead. Lets you play around with it. I don't mind it. I just know that this exists for Dark Side Phil. I know this exists for Dark Side Phil. Always remember, God of War Ragnarok is designed the way it is so Dark Side Phil can beat the game with as little complaints as possible, and he still could not beat the game. Remember this, people. Remember this. Games are worse now because people want Dark Side Phil to win. Oh my god. Even the world builds around Darkside Phil. That's amazing. Each character has their own inventory of memories, so carefully consider what memories synergize best with your weapon and current arsenal. Additionally, the memories can be further upgraded to unlock new abilities and increase stats. Weapon shaping. What's that? After defeating an elite enemy, they will drop a crystal that, once obtained, drastically increases the potency of your weapon. These powerful upgrades are exclusive augments to your current weapon. You can't acquire all of them on a single voyage. Choose wisely. That was just the tutorial, like, just the pictures, like, this is the weapon you chose for each of them. At enough times pass, the time will appear at the top of the screen. This is the boss timer. When that timer reaches 0, you'll be immediately transposed to a boss fight against a powerful enemy. Use your remaining time to acquire any leftover experience and items. Conquer this challenge and your voyage is complete. Good luck! So, I fight God. Got it. The boss you'll face will likely be random. Stages in the same region will draw from the same pool of possible bosses. Best prepare for any scenario you may face. Being this boss doubles all minutes earned on the voyage. Alright, observatory characters. They're popping up still! Well, I already read all that. Alright, this is Aphrodite. That's twin tails, which means they're good for grippies. Okay, no, hold on. Which is better? Twin tails or ponytail? Which one is better? What's this? What the hell? Thank you so much for playing oh, I was reading that. Second Seller, please keep in mind this is the first release of early access for my very first game. There will most likely be bugs, balance issues, and I'm reading that. But I'll be working hard on fixing all these issues as well as continually adding tons of content. You know, I'm actually really happy that they made their own game. Okay. Specifically these two. Okay, well, if we're talking twin drills and straight pony, twin drills all the way. It's gosh dang drills. I'm sorry. Do you have any other? Do you have any other? Like, no, it's drills. It is drills. That is the answer. It's drills. Oh, my foot came off. Whoopsies. Ooh. That's neat. Alright. Innate ability for Aphrodite. Inherit the equipped one-cost ability of the other character. Innate ability of Eridani. Inherits the innate ability of the other character. Puffy twins? Oh yeah, they do have puffy faces. That's cute. I'm trying to do the math here. So, you yoinky hers, but she yoinkies you, but you don't have anything, so you get hers, and then you no longer have anything. So, then the universe explodes. Got it. What's the observatory? Oh, I straight up jumped over this, In this menu, you can upgrade the observatory, the Starfare's base of operation. So, completing achievements, you can fulfill the requirements of to upgrade the observatory, which will unlock new memories and weapons to use during your voyage. Ah. That's just the crystal heart. That's just a crystal heart. It's just a crystal heart. That's just a crystal heart. Chariot voyage. Observatory. Story. Ah! Jesus Christ. Chapter 2 coming soon. Wait, hold on. That girl has a funny hat. That girl has a funny hat. That girl has a funny hat. Gone outskirts. Same puppy twins as in puppy twin tails, not the girls being puffy. Well, what's wrong with being puffy? Oh, Jesus. Ember. Enemy scale over time gain more HP as the voyage progresses. Enemy scale over time gain more HP. Elite foes from other voyages can invade. These foes do not provide weapon upgrades when defeated. Aptitude gained from voyage is increased by 50%. Enemy scaling now affects damage dealt by foes. Gain 150. Enemy scaling now affects elite foes. Hi, Jelly! That's me! Nothing but... We were talking about the hair and you thought I was talking about their cheeks. Well... Maybe I'm just stupid. You ever think of that? Puffy twin tails. Twin mattresses. Ah, that kind. Okay. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. So, if we're ever talking about twin tails, it's always drill. The answer is always drill. Answer is always drill. I mean, look at mine! Well, they're not twin tails, but, I mean, I have two things on my face and they go swirly swirly! Always drill twins? I mean, I tried that once, but they didn't appreciate it. A celestial island in close proximity to the observatory. Ah! What's that? I don't know what that is. Okay, time to find out how this game will function. Alright. Balance challenging of foes, but nothing too dangerous. Let's go. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, purple wins the hair question you asked. No! Blue is better because handlebars! Handlebars! Handlebars are always better. Okay, so the disc resonates. So I have 4 options of weapons. I have potato. I have a potato. Strike foes with a celestial blade, specializing in defeating hordes of foes. Special activates on dash and grants star surge, which can lower cooldown of burst on use. Conjure a colossal blade, dealing 400% damage in an explosion. Lower cooldown by 1 second per star surge. Swing the blade in 3-hit combo. Swing a ba ba doo ba da ba ba. Okay. Gun. Pierce foes with a sonic powered railgun. Ability. That's a car. Abilities grant astral oh wait, it's called Allegro Andromeda. Nice name. Yes, but you were wrong. But you were wrong. You need to remember, you are wrong. Twice forward on it is a motorcycle! Dealing damage, gain invincibility for 3 seconds upon activation. This ability counts as a dash when used. Swing a barnacle, striking nearby foes. On use, gain 20 astral prego. I want prego. I want preggies. Give me preggies. Is that a flamethrower? This exotic candle deals potent damage to multiple foes. Burst inflicts dot. Of course I'm picking that. I love dots. I love stats effects. I love dots. My biggest problem with dots and stats effects, though, is that if they're good, then they're overpowered. If they're bad, then they're useless. If they're good, then they're overpowered. If they're not, then they're useless. I'm wrong with someone else. No. I was talking about everyone. Everyone's wrong. If I say something and you say the opposite, that means you're wrong, no matter what. Forever. Fire 4 embers in a spread, dealing 100% damage per ember. Can pierce up to 3 foes and has 2 charges. When midnight oil is active, projectile speed is doubled. Inflict oil on yourself and all nearby foes for 10 seconds. On this character, take 2 times max HP damage. What? What? Unleash a firebolt, dealing 60% damage. Oh, I get dotted. You get dotted. Everyone gets dotted. Everyone gets dotted. Unleash powerful primary attacks at the cost of long recharge times. Use special and burst. Am I crazy or is there no sound? Did the sound cut out? Did I wait in this screen for too long and the sound and they didn't loop it? At the cost of long recharge times, use special and burst to support primary. Well, I'm gonna do a chainsaw and I'm gonna do a chainsaw. I'm gonna do yeah, no, you get sword because you're sword lady. And then I get flamethrower. The characters 1 in with, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting this to slap. It's tab, right? The switch, yeah. I wasn't expecting this to slap. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting you to start slapping here, buddy. I take damage too, right? Yeah! Ah! I take damage too. Alright, gain an extra primary charge. That's just a trumpet. That's just a trumpet. On hit with special, increase primary damage by 2% per stack. Stacks a lot, but I heard something. When picking up items, heal 5 HP and gain swiftness. Heal has a 12-second cooldown. Oh. Conjure orbital asteroids. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting a sauna reference. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting sauna and the sauna lights to be. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting. I'm wasn't expecting Limbussy. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting both Limbussy and I wasn't expecting What the hell? I'm sorry. I was not prepared for your game. I am sorry. I was not prepared for your game. On use of special charge primary. I guess, my problem is I don't know if one goes to one and then the other goes, like, you only get one of the 6. Like, I only get, like, I can only pick this, and then I lose an out on picking one for her, but I didn't want that. Okay, gain an extra primary charge? I'm sorry, but that is not me. I'm sorry, that is not me. I'm sorry, this is not me. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I hit shift. Crimson Monocle, here 15 on crit, 6-second cooldown. Primary cooldown reduced by 20%. Is used automatically if weapon isn't held. Well, second cooldown. Sure. On hit with burst. Inflict 3 seconds of dot. Oh man, I love dot. Let's go with dot. What's that? I don't know what that was, but it was a thing. So I shift. Okay. Oh! Oh! Okay, so yeah, this is literally just this is literally just okay, hello again. Give me that and give me dash. Like, it applies on that character. Interesting. That's a big sword! Okay, that's the dot. Oh, wait, I'm taking damage. I should probably switch over. Ah! I dodged. Oh. Gain 5% defense. On swap or burst, gain fortified. I don't know what that is. I'll take it. Fire dark magic towards 4 nearby foes, dealing 100% primary damage. Sure, why not? YOLO. Hello! Excuse me, you all need to be dead. Partner special is used automatically if they aren't active. Sure! Oh, Sana's just yaoi. It's just gay book. It's just the big games. Excuse me. Big sword. Oh, hello. Hello, excuse me. Excuse me! We're taking damage, game 4 too. Sure, why not? 5 specials use on. Wait, I have that one. Yeah, you know, I'll take that. Hello! Please all. Hey. Weapon shaping. Okay. Muse of Dark Hours. Burst, cooldown reduced by 1. Second, for every foe defeated with Midnight Oil. Primary inflicts Midnight. You know, yeah, give me that one. Special activates when partner uses dash or burst. Special automatically targets foes. On burst, heal 20% max HP and gain vulnerability. Drastically increases burst explosion radius. Excuse me. You know, I always wondered why, I missed the wrong button! I always wondered why, Vampire Survivor likes always have these huge maps when like 90% of the map is never gonna be touched. Rotate faster and closer. Like, I never understood primate games. Yeah, give me more damage. Excuse me. Wait, what'd I do? Novice combatant? I don't know what I did. I did something, apparently. Big bonk. That was a big bonk. Sure, why not? Blacks. I'm hit with burst. Now, give me black. Astral bread. That is bread. Why'd I just back up? Wait, did burst auto proc? Wait, hold on. Did my burst auto? Oh, it's because I get auto proc the other guys. Say, which sexy man would you rather date? The Invisible Man from that new Invisible Man Blind Girl rom-com, or the Monkey Man from Diamond Incident? Trick question. The dog. Bonk. Bonk. That is a trick question. The answer is the dog. Excuse me, I am not supposed to be here right now. Gain another primate. Oh, sure, why not? Primate is used automatically if weapon isn't held. Yeah, sure, why not? Ate the barrel. I'm sorry. Oh, there's a dog? Wait, you don't know about White Girl the anime? You don't know about White Girl the anime? You don't know about White Girl the anime? Excuse me, I guess someone's gonna go away. Fires dark magic towards, you can give me that one. And, yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. The Wixend? Wixend's what? My butt? Okay, well, I wasn't paying attention. Primate gains previous sent to the Wixend. To the Wixend! Price 3 more bolt towards the nearby foe. Gain 2 special charges. Ooh. I don't want it. Oh, that one from the previous season. Yeah! Okay. You know what? Thank you for reminding me. I need to go reread that. I need to go continue reading it. With the blue dog man from the... Yeah. It's really hot. Who loves writing Wolfman human women romance mangas? It's really awesome, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's way big, ain't gonna lie. That's way big. Big boom! I'm wanting to go eat it. Ah! Wait. I have both. Does more spawn? Does a second tower hit? Yes! More do spawn. That's actually kind of funny. Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Excuse me. Let me just, speak to kiss. I don't even know what that little doohickey is. I don't even know what that little doohickey is. Oh, I have to pick one of these. On use of special, charge, primary. On hit with burst, inflict 3 seconds of dot. I mean... increase primary projectile speed. Sure. Whoa! I didn't realize I was getting beat up. I didn't realize I was being beat up like that. I didn't know I was being beat up like that. Ow! I'm being beat up again! I'm being beat up again! I'm being beat up again! Yeah, more steroids! That one, I guess. Ow, rude. Very rude. So wait, how long is the, excuse me. Yeet a kiss! Oh, I got hit there, didn't I? Alright, well. I'm not dead. Primary against Star Surge on use. Don't know what it does, but sure, why not? On special, find an additional bolt towards a nearby foe. Gain 2 special charges. First, cooldown reduced by 1 second for every foe defeated with moonlit oil. Supposed to be Semi-Trooper, aka Ronin Warriors for those in the West reboot. Might check out for nostalgia reasons. I never really cared for Ronin Warriors. It's always just I got launched and wasn't expecting it. That one. Gain an extra dash charge. Sure? Why not? Ow! That hurt me a lot! No, I don't know why I expect... Yeet a kiss! Sure! On dash, activate prime... Sure! Just boom, boom, boom! Sure, do it again. See what happens. Excuse me, I'm just pew-pewing a lot now. I don't know. Die! 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 I don't like not being able to see anything. Oh, hey, it's that guy from Terraria. I think I'm safe now. I'm not safe. Warren. Excuse me. Hey. Sure, I'll hit that. Big crush. I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting your game here. Ow. Ow. I wasn't expecting your game here, buddy. Yeah, get that. Excuse me, I need you to come back here. I'm sorry, I need you to come back here. I'm not like that. Ow! That was stupid. Okay. Right here. Oh, I wasn't paying attention! Excuse me. Excuse me. I don't like what that thing is. Ow. I'm fine. Ow, I said that. Yeah! I don't know what just happened. I don't know what just happened. But I won. I beat the edge runner. That guy was just in the mod, by the way. I'd like to note that guy was in the Terraria mod. Hold on, I need to bring back up the Terraria mod because it's actually kind of funny. That guy was in the Terraria mod. They just ported over the model. No, he's not! Oh no, I'm just mentally challenged, apparently. Sorry. I'm stupid. Also, we're fighting an Ultra Kill robot because it was cool. Run duration 9 minutes. Enemies defeated a bunch. Me? Cool. Memories? Awesome. Experience? A bunch. An impressive result. Let's take stock of what we've earned and use it accordingly. Pet, pet, pet. Chart, voyage. I can do the story now. Oh, but I don't wanna. Wait, can I go to here? Constellation. Oh, it's up there is where my doohickeys are. Okay. Is it per character, I assume? Innate ability. It says deal 15% more damage to foes afflicted with debuffs. When invincible, lower primary cooldown. The 5th hit against a foe deals 30% primary damage. Gain 10 defense. Lower primary cooldown by... Sure. Wait, is that... No, it is not per character. God, it is not per character. It's good to know. Got it. Got it. Upgrade. Yay! Don't know what all that was, but yay! But yay! I don't know what that was, but yay! now I can go do this one. That is literally just the Terraria mod. Atom Smasher? Smash these nuts. I could smash them. I could take 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 them. Oh. Oh, there's a place over here. There's a place over here there. There's a place over there. There's a place over here. That is just for a side. That is just for a side. That was just for a side. I can go to another neon city. I know, right? Lock world. Wow, very, very clever. Big smirt. Achievements. Voyage. I almost thought that said Beyblade. Didn't feel this Reaper. Defeat the Neon Valiant. Automated Scourge of the Vale's outskirts. Complete your first voyage. Would this be the first Stella? No. Complete the Forgotten Outskirts. Without taking damage. That's never gonna happen. Characters. In progress. Where's my free pull? Hey, yeah, where's my free pull? Wait, yeah, where's my free pull? My free pull. So, I could look at the story, or I can go back to the Forgotten Outskirts and do it again, but in a higher difficulty. That. Manipulate fate through weaving between foes and synergizing with memories. Special and burst gain bonus effects when memories activate. Well, obviously I'm going to do that again. Guns! Gun! Gun! Wield dual pistols. In tandem, primary inflicts slow that combos with special. Burst fires a barrage of primaries and specials. Gun! Then we're building Rebecca for Edge Runners Season 2. I mean, how much of her was still human anyway? She had blue skin and black eyes. You know what? I don't think they will. Purely because I don't think they have the balls to do it. The fact that CD Projekt Red did not want her in it in the first place. Alright, let's see how this works. Gun! Gun! Yeah, that was a gun. That was in fact a gun, yeah. That was a gun. That was a gun. Bloodborne, cool. Gain crit chance and 6% crit damage, but damage is reduced. I hate those. Below half health, instantly heal 40% HP. 30-second cooldown. Ugh. Lower special cooldown by 60%, but primary cooldown increased by 50%. Ew. That's something if you want the special more than the primary, I guess. When taking damage, deal damage taken to all nearby foes as burst damage. I don't like any of those. I don't like any of those. was her being tied up in the mini fridge. Hot. You know, I never watched Edge Runner because I didn't think it was interesting or cared about it. Like, I could care less about it. I didn't think it was that interesting. Mostly because I personally don't like stories where I know the characters don't matter. Like, I don't like character deaths. I don't. I hate the death of a character in a story. Unless it's like at the very end of a story or is a very important thing to happen. Like, their death affects the entire universe. Like Eris's death. You know? Like, stuff that, like, when they die, it matters a lot. Because you know that the character may come back? No, because the character means nothing then. Everything they did and everything they ever did meant literally zero. It didn't matter that they ate a shoe. It didn't matter that they did a cool, awesome backflip. Everything they did meant literally less than zero. Oh, Fire Emblem. Ow. I like Fire Emblem, but that is my biggest fault with Fire Emblem. Not that, but my biggest fault with Fire Emblem is that, like, there is no reason to have any characters other than the first, like, 6 or 7. Everyone after that is either, I prefer this dude because he's cooler, or just like, oh, that's a dude, you know? Like, my biggest problem, like, I hate it. I absolutely despise it. Actually, one reason why I actually liked Three Houses a lot at the start, because, like, oh yeah, you're stuck with this group of characters. You don't get other characters. And then I learned that you instantly do get other characters, and then I hated it. Because, like, why would you collect everyone else other than to just have them existing, you know? In the post-game and not feel really terrible that you killed them. You know? Like, oh, I killed them! Oopsie daisy! You know? You get other characters, but you have to go out, do so out of your way. No, I've played a lot of Fire Emblem. My problem is that no characters matter. After the first 6 or 7, Fire Emblem characters don't matter. But, like, character deaths and stories in general. A great example of this is, there was this, it was a, manga about a death game. And it was a bunch of teenagers and the entire universe and a bunch of other things got sucked up into this, like, magic zone of evil gulag stuff. And the main character dude and his girlfriend or, friend were doing stuff and everything. And then, like, they introduce a character. They give him a name. They talk about his backstory. And then, like, the next page, like, he's here for, like, maybe 6 pages now, he gets his head cut off and his arms eaten. And I'm supposed to care about this character. I'm supposed to go, whoa! The first chick, this chick that he's supposed to love, dies. And then her death means absolutely nothing, because he's got a new puss like 5 minutes later. The ending is, it ends up being a time loop. They're fighting Jesus, and they beat Jesus, and they go, yeah, we won! But because the other guy is still there, they still have to kill each other. And they end up going, they go, you know what? Let's do this. You know, let's do this fair and square. And then they're fighting each other. And then they're fighting some other dude, I can't remember exactly. And then the main dude or the other, no, yeah, I think it's the main dude. He starts, the entire thing is like, oh, he's killing himself. Oh no, the last three dudes is like evil guy, homosexual, stalker that's been trying to grape the main dude, and then the main dude. And then they had this like big heartfelt thing at the end, and then like the main dude, I think it's the main dude, has all of his memories lost. And then he resets the universe, and then he becomes the guy that died the like 2 chapters earlier. That was the main evil dude that started this whole thing. So it just ends up being a time loop. I don't remember what it is. It feels like it was the same artist as the Fuka artist. Like, it feels like it was made by the same artist. By Koji Soe. Koji Soe Death Game Manga. The problem is I don't remember what the name is of it. What is this? What? I saw that. What? What? That's Facebook. Well, thriller death game manga when the main character hair is white and the name might be similar to Osu. I'm trying to find death manga that I was into, but I never finished it. Should be similar to Kaiji the Ultimate Survivor. Wait, is that the one I'm thinking of? It's like has magic and stuff in it. No. For a forgotten series, when you find the series you're looking for, if you're looking for porn! Usagoi? Usogui? This it? Is it Genkyusu? No? High-rise invade, the savage rules the world, and then immediately throw them out because we want to show the faces of the... Okay, I didn't like high-rise invasion because I thought it was lame. Is this it? Is it Usigoi? No, it's not. What is it then? Not Tomodachi game. Online games. Is it Jagan? No. Junket? No. I hate it when I read a manga. I hated it, by the way. I actually despise the manga, by the way. Have you ever read something out of spite? Have you ever read something out of spite? You hated it, so you read the entire thing so you could accurately, properly hate it. Death game manga where the female love interest dies almost in the beginning. Alright, AI. No, that's not it at all. I know it was a death game, but I'm almost certain it was... No. This Wanga and high-rise made it look closer to her age in the anime adaptation than the manga. Wow. Manga where death manga where the female love interest dies in the beginning. Darn it! fact I removed a death game did not help. Dies Ray. Don't know what that is. I'm sorry, I instantly... Was that death game where it's people canceling each other online? No, I did read that one though. That one was neat. I'm coming! I'm coming! Yeah! I don't know what happened. I restarted my modem and my router and it all fixed it. I don't know how. I don't know how, but apparently it did the thing and I came. I don't know what happened. I'm going to assume Jesus wanted me to end stream. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. I assume. Is that? Ew! Anchovies on pizza. Ew! Anyway, hello everyone. I'm back. I am back. I am not dead. I am alive, probably. I hear Jay screeching, I'm coming! Jump scared by a scandalous quote. Hey, it's not scandalous. It is 100% normal. It's not the game crashing every 10 seconds like with Silk Song. Oh. I'm just happy it wasn't the, I'm just happy. I'm just happy. Tweet from Homeland Security from 56 minutes ago, quote tweeting the Wu-Tang Clan. To quote the government document from the Homeland Security, and I quote, "You're med schizo." Anyway, gobble. Jim. The Mila piece of... Come inside, please, so I can scream harder at you. That's right, the HS account has a sense of humor. I like that. It's Zoomer. Zoomer occupied government. Zoomer government and its peak. Well, start screaming, slime woman. I am! How dare you want to put pineapple on... I don't want to say pineapple. Anchovies on pizza! On a meaty pizza! On the pizza! Oh, it's here for the last 3 minutes? Then why are you not coming? Oh. Okay, so... Does anyone know... Anchovies are good. They are salty. I like salty. I love shoving that stuff inside me. I love taking it a lot. However, that is fish. And fish are not supposed to be on pizza. Olives are fine. Pineapples, I'm gonna be honest. I will never understand why everyone got hopped up on pineapple on pizza, but not anchovies on pizza. No. Anchovies on their own are just no. But pineapple's fine, honestly. Pineapple's fine. But, okay. This is driving me crazy. This is my problem with Magical Do-Re-Mi, where it's a thing I can remember, like, a lot about it, but I cannot remember its name or any enough defining characteristics of it to put in a search engine to find it. I finally found Magical Do-Re-Mi after 8 years. They have tuna pizza? Well, that just sounds like that you know what? It's England, so that explains it. They like the wrong things. You want to know what heresy is? Banana on pizza. That just sounds weird. That doesn't sound like heresy. That sounds weird. That sounds weird. Main dude, homosexual rapist. Main chick dies after like the first 30 chapters. Gets replaced with a different main chick who dies 40 chapters later. Then gets replaced with a new chick that looks identical to the first chick, I think, or very close. And then she survives to the very end with another dude. And at the very end, they play cards against each other. Wait. Death game that ends with a card game. Manga. No, it's like Aces High, I think. No, they play Go Fish. No, they play the Joker. They play Joker. That ends with Joker card game. I forget what that's called. Not Alice in Borderland. Old Maid? Yeah. Ends with Old Maid. Ends with a game of Old Maid. I found it. Kami-sama no Luturi ni. Kami-sami no Lutori. It ends with a game of Old Maid. Follows the story of Yasuto Akashi, who skipped school the day the games began and must compete in a separate set of games in order to survive. Part 1. Takahata Shun's day at school. I believe it's this. No. Yes? Yes? I know you were American. Wait, of course I'm American. How'd you know? You know I'm American. I'm trying to, I'm almost certain this is it. I'm almost certain it's what it is. It is this! It is this! Wait, then who wins at the end? Chooses Super Kami and his re-entry to the game alongside me, teaming up with the newer wait. You did tumbleweed skateboard and were brought to a hospital. Wait. Shun is able to exact his plan and achieve his goal of eliminating Kami by sacrificing himself, but his goal has seemed to become nothing more than a fixation of ridding the world of a messed up god. Is this the homosexual? At the end of the Three Kingdoms, Cops and Robbers, he's chosen as one of the last 30 survivors to continue to the final game, Judgment Old Maid. Shucks to pretend was a kiss card. They were able to trick male-female into taking the card as it count reached 0, killing him. The gods, while Ushimatsu and Akashi refused to allow Amaya to continue as a god, shouting to this, Amaya avenged his first and last game. Dice. Yeah, Dice! Where it's memories! His combat stops. And he will fulfill the will of God for now and wait for Akechi to come and kill him as he... Wait. Okay, yeah, it's this. Okay, it's really stupid. I'm sorry, I got distracted. My eyes have been opened up, and I got distracted. Deep dish pizza is okay, not going to order anymore. I ain't gonna lie, I'm very vanilla when it comes to pizza. I'm not weird. Cheese, pepperoni, that's fine for me. Anything extra just feels like extra. You know what I mean? Lost all of his memories related to his acquaintances, loved ones, and even himself, dies of physical exhaustion. And the one true god, Asimana. Kami's. He is Kami-sama's Kanaba's God Jr. Yeah. Makes up his mind to rewind the world to the time before the start of Doubt. He chooses to continue on the world and play out the events exactly the same, becoming the new game master instead of restarting the game so that he may see Akeshi's personality develop once again from the start. He decides that he will fulfill the will of God for now. So stupid, yeah. What's up, man? Pizza's mushrooms. You know what sounds terrible? That. God, this is so stupid. Wait, what happens to you? Wait. Wait, what happens to this guy? What happens to Shun? Wait. Wait, I'm confused. I don't remember any of this! I feel dumb. I feel crazy. My beer choices aren't terrible. Mushrooms are good. Mushrooms are janky. And smelly. And druggy. Anyway, I should probably keep playing the game. A single mushroom on a pizza being stinky or having a smell to it. It's stinky because I say so. Anyway, hi Rui, I'm playing Terraria. My max HP by name is saying lower. Burst is used automatically when weapon is in hell. You're stinky! You're stinky! Taking damage, deal damage. Wait, that would include... You know what? I'm curious if that would mean that the dot on myself would count towards that. And, I guess that one. Oh, hello. Ow. 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 Oh, you do take it. You take very little, but you do take damage from it. Ow! Can I get Sana again? Can I get Sana back? I want Sana again. Oh, neat. You're stinky! I'm not stinky! Well, I'm not entirely stinky. Yeah, the brand is yabba 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 dabba yabba yabba gooble. Primaries used automatically if weapon is in hell. On use of special, charged primary. On dash, gain invincibility. Yeah, you might want that. Roulette that. You know what, actually? Yeah, that one. Because... Yeah! Yeah. Ow! I am hurting myself right now. Why? Because I think it's funny. Tarot card. Dante! On crit low. Wait. Can I look at my other cards? Can I look at my other... Oh, this is how I look at them. When taking damage, no, you're not crit. Are you crit? No, you're not crit. You're not crit. Did I grab anything that gave crit? No crit. No crit. No crit. No crit. Gain either prime, specialized, or burst surge buff. Lasts for 4 seconds. 18-second cooldown. Lame. Gain an extra primary. Yeah, I might want that. Yeah, I might want that. I might want that. Ow! Oh, I forgot I can dodge! Ow! Please die. Please die. I wanna die. You need to die. Good burst. Inflict 3 seconds of doohickeys. No. Open up all of the memories by 5 upon activation. What does that do? Oh! Cool. Excuse me, I am dying over here. Ahem. 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 I hit the button! I hit the button. I died. I hit the button though. I hit the button though! I hit the button though. 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 Go again. Okay, note to self. Let's do sight this time. Cool. Alright, what does that do? Cool. Cool. I don't like that it moves me forward. I don't appreciate that. Activates weapons special. 16-second cooldown. Lowest cooldown by 1 every time another cooldown memory activates. Neat, 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 neat. Very neat, very cool. Very cool. Very neat. Very cool and very neat. Let's, Sure. I don't want to be... Do I need to, like, touch them? Do I need to, like touch them or something? And, like, touch them? Bonk. I'm sorry. But, Conjure thingy, heal 15. Special gains 15% increase crit chance and deals 20. Ooh. Yeah, give me that. And, on use of special, charge primary. Yeah, that one. Oh, actually, it would have been useful. Pain. Bonk. So that's the big swipe, and that just summons goobers to spawn later. Got it. Next page, Deadeye stabs little brother. Am I just getting random spoilers? One of those bit that wouldn't be very useful. On hit with special, increase primary damage by 2%. Per stack. Attacks off and hit. Sure. Wait, no, that's bad because I have the dot. I have a dot. Bonk, 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 bonk. Memoirs? No damage taken to all nearby foes has burst damage. Ooh, wait, what's this one? Lower max speed, lower burst cooldown by 50%. Burst is used automatically when weapon isn't held. Fire dark magic towards 4 random foes. Then cooldown. Okay. Cooldown reduced for, I'm assuming this. Okay, I was about to say, I don't think that was supposed to happen. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, did your super just proc? I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting your super proc like that. Wasn't expecting that, all things considering. Activate weapon special. Oh, okay. Your thingy. Lower cooldown of all other memories by 5 upon activation. Yeah, are you just literally saying the entire story to me? It's kind of funny, all things considering. Oh man, that was really great. Ow! That was very great timing. I'm sorry, why did like 13 just spawn into the Aether? I'm sorry, why did it just spawn into the Aether? Wasn't expecting that. You know what? Sure, why not? It'd be kind of funny. Ow! Yeah! Ah! Ow! I'm that! Okay, I think I might have screwed myself here. I forgot. I dashed forward with that. So that might have... Whoops! Whoopsie doodles! Oopsie doodles. My bad! Whoopsies. Whoops, did I do that? Whoopsie doodles. Roulette that. Yeah, sure. Wait, no. Lower cooldown by 1 every time another cooldown memory activates it. That doesn't have cooldown. 6-second cooldown. Yeah, you! Primary Blix Midnight Oil! Yeah! On special, fire an additional bolt towards a nearby foe. Special damage. Strong abilities that complement primary and the burst. That one. Gain a primary charge. Primary cooldown is reduced by 30%. When memory... not want to go that way. Burst gains thingy. Sure, let's go with that. But is the other thing gonna pop in? Sorry, why is everything exploding? Why does it say 2, 3, 4? I say 2, 3, 4. Why does it say 2, 3, 4? That's a level. Ah. Increase primary projectile speed. I don't know what just happened there, but sure. I don't know what that was, but oh, that was. I didn't want to go. I don't want to go. Didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that, buddy. I don't want to do that. Bruh, it is so instant now on the... I'm hitting the dodge button. I'm wanting to dodge and not fling myself 5 miles in one direction. I'm gonna get hurt. I'm gonna get hurt. I'm hitting wrong button. I'm hitting every button but the button. Takes 2. I guess it does. Treated like time travel, though. You know what? You know another story that... Speaking of I said it. Did anyone ever actually read Fuka? Did anyone ever actually read Fuka? I am not wanting to do that. I'm going to die! I'm going to die! Twist and Fuka 2. Wait, is Fuka 2? Is Fuka 2? Gain a primary charge. Oh. When memories deal damage, inflict atrophy for 1 second. Sure. On burst, lower all memory cooldowns by 2 seconds. No. Burst cooldown reduced by 1 second for every foe defeated with midnight oil. Oh my gosh, it's so instant. Oh, hello, hello. Okay, only 5 minutes have passed. Excuse me. Lady just Fuka with red hair? Like, is it the same story? Like, is it the same story? Like, is it literally just the same story? Excuse me! Excuse me. I sane! Excuse me. I'm saying, excuse me. As in, go away. Oh, okay. Hello? Just die. Either weapon special and burst trigger ripple butterflies on use. Either weapons, you say? Has emotional baggage because it's revealed that her father is... Really? Wait, it's actually legitimately Fuka 2? Wait, it's literally Fuka 2? It's literally Fuka 2 Electric Boogaloo? Also, spoilers? I don't care. I'm not gonna read it. I read Fuka and I hated it. It kind of annoyed me. Like, I didn't like the twist. The twist wasn't interesting. Okay, yeah, no, die. Ah, you're exploding! Exploding? I don't like you exploding. No! Stop it! Stop it! I'm just coming. I'm just coming. Just die! On swap, activate primary. Oh. When taking damage, activate primary. What is this? Gonna be the same dude? It's the same dude. What? That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. Also, I like, no, he's exploding. Just go back to the flamethrower. Just go back to the flamethrower. Fuka manga. See the image of green Fuka and red Fuka. Then you have, and don't forget the original blue Fuka. Don't forget the original blue Fuka. There's blue, green, and red Fuka. Hold on, I have to look up red Fuka. Okay, well, I got, Blue Archive, apparently. I don't know why. Red Fuka manga likely refers to the manga series Fuka featuring the redhead. No. Okay, let's go to the Fuka manga. It's still ongoing? The main protagonist of the Fuka series, she was, isn't she dead? She dies very quickly. My problem with it is that the name of the manga is about Fuka, but she dies very quickly. Is it... No, who's the, is it Sara? No, who is it? Who is Fuka's fake Fuka? Who is fake Fuka? My annoyance with it is that they had to bring in another Fuka. Aoi, yeah. Like, it's so stupid. They kill the main character. They kill the Fuka to bring in another Fuka. She's not red. She's regular Fuka. Oh, she is red Fuka. Oh. You know what? I never realized. I never remembered she was red. Yeah, you're right. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's dumb. That's stupid. Okay, yeah, no, I do remember this. That's stupid. That's dumb. There's a very good reason why the anime ended with Fuka not getting hit by the car. God, that's so dumb. That is actually dumb. Is better? I don't like that twist. I don't like that twist because why the hell would you have Fuka exist when you could just have the other Fuka exist? Why even bother with the original Fuka? Because you want to know why? No one's going to think about the red-haired Fuka when they see this manga. They're gonna think about the original blue-haired one. They're never gonna think about the red-haired one. Ever. That's kind of a problem. Damage contribution. None. Yeah. Did I get another achievement? I got a hammer. Hey! Did I get money? Did get money. Alright. Wait, ascend. Yay! I don't know what that did. I don't know what that did. Give me more stats? Did it give me more stats? Ascend! Yeah! I don't know what it did. Okay. On 5th hit against a foe, the 5th hit against a foe deals 30% primary damage. %more damage to foes afflicted with the debuff. Sure. When invincible, gain movement speed. I don't care about that. Sure. Why not? Neat. Neat. Neato burrito. My fans hate the anime because they removed the twist. The twist sucks! It's not even a twist. It's... suck a chode, blow. Okay, I'll do one more. I'll do one more. But this time, I'm gonna come here. Got a hammer. This hammer boasting healing and combo power. Okay, I'm gonna do gun and hammer. Pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Yo, you Thor hammer it? That's funny. I'm sorry, why is there so much shenanigans going on here, buddy? Prime cut, heal HP, cooldown by 1 second. No, by 1 second whenever you gain a buff. Let's get that one so I can shoot more. Gain movement speed. On special, gain swiftness. Okay. Cool. 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 Lower cooldown by some. Gain 1 movement speed. 10 crit. Let's go with these two, yeah. The bugs. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Ow. Ow. I don't like any of these, so, roulette. On hit with special, increase primary damage. I don't have one that hits people, though. Sure. Like, I actually don't... I don't... Oh! Ow, why am I getting hurt? Ow! Why am I hurting? Why am I in pain? Y'all suck. But fine, I guess I'll take that one, I guess. So, do I just take damage? Oh, okay, that is what happens. Hello. I hit the wrong button and now I'm dying. It is hurting very much. Go away! I'm in so much pain. Need to go? Bye-bye! I'm probably gonna die here. Probably gonna die here very badly. Yes. Ow! Ow! Why was I in so much pain? Go on, do it again. Go again. Ow! So... Ah, Naruhodone. I don't need that. She needs that. They all suck for you. We'll take orbital bread, I guess. It was special. That's useful for you. An extra primary charge. Sure. No, it actually makes that kind of useful. Don't know what that does. Still don't know what that does. That, yes, please. Yes, please. Sure. Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me! Gain 4 health? Yeah! You know what? I'm gonna take it for both of them because I'd rather not die. Thank you. I don't like you. Okay, I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to feel it. Wait. Buff. Hello. Excuse me. lot more. What? Oh! I didn't know I could come over here. This is news to me. Hello. I didn't know this was over here. I don't have any dodges, apparently. I have no dodge, apparently. I have nothing. I have nothing. I am going to die. I'm in pain. I need help. I need help. I need help. Gain a burst charge on burst charge primary and special. Okay. Inflict slow. Oh, I need that. Gain 2 primaries. Charges on heal lower. You know what? Yeah. You know what would be useful? Exactly that! Exactly that would be useful, actually. Oh, very, very useful, actually. You know what would be very useful? That, actually, exactly that. 100% that, actually. Like, literally that. Well, I guess I can just sit here and just, Alright, I guess I'm just... Shilto. I am literally never running out. I'm literally never running out of that now. That's actually pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. That's kind of cool. Alright, give me Astral Bread, I guess. Astral Bread. I don't think I have to worry about ever dying now. Because, I literally can never not... I'm sorry, I didn't know how this game works. Sorry. I didn't know how this game worked. My bad. I didn't know. Apparently, I didn't know. I didn't know. I guess this just works. I guess it just worked. Why is it already up again? Why is it already up again? Why was it already up? That's weird. I don't know why it's already up. I guess I just don't got, I guess. Who cares about using the other guy? Just gonna go pew pew pew, I guess. Just go pew pew pew, I guess. Hi, May. Well, I guess well then. Gain 10, yeah, why not? Now here's both. I don't even need that, why not? not? I just... I'm gonna let you just, This is just silly. It's 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 just silly. I'm sorry, it's just silly at this point. Like, I feel immortal. I feel mildly immortal. Now, mind you, this is kind of annoying to get to this point, but I do feel very immortal right now. Don't know how I got over here, but, you know, gain an additional charge. Do I need it? No. Do I think it'd be pretty funny? Yeah. Like, I feel like I feel like I'm just, I cannot die. Okay, I'm back up here. I wanted to grab my stuff. Excuse me, I'd like to grab my stuff. I'd like to grab my stuff, thanks very much. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted to grab my stuff, and I appreciate you letting me grab my stuff. So, excuse me. I was saying the wrong button. I was saying the switch over and over again button. I didn't even need to do the funny. Who cares about the funny? I didn't even need to do it. Yeah. Armor. Gain a burst charge on burst charge primary and thingy. Okay. Sure, why not? 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 Gain 5 Mememias? Yeah. Hello, clown. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I feel like you, fail to understand that, I'm immortal here. I think you fail to realize that I'm immortal here. I think you fail to realize, I'm immortal here. Ow, that hurt. Oh, you just stand here and just tank it? I can just stand here and tank it. Just stand here. I just stand here and take it. Yeah, you know, I don't even worry about it. I don't even worry about it. It goes so far. That thing goes so far. What are you doing over there? Oh, I don't like you going. I don't like you over there, buddy. Why are you over there? Yeah, okay. Good job, buddy. I'm proud of you. Good. You die already? Die already, dude? You die? Thank you. Yay! I killed the clown! Hi, Deca! You just missed us talking about a manga I have not thought about in the better half of a decade. And also Fuka. They left those on screen. Okay. I have money, I have money. I have money. On burst activate special. After not taking damage, well, that's never gonna happen. On burst, refresh, swap, and gain a dash. Sure, why not? That one. Hello! Hi! Hi, how you doing? Okay, next world. This is, okay, so this is a vampire survivor that was made from a Terraria mod. This was a Terraria mod originally. It was originally a Terraria mod. Oh, wait, weapons. Oh. Clear voyage building, yet there is gravitas. Use burst at max stacks of Star Surge. Clear voyage building, one last poem. To the rush limit. Heal 3000 HP with Marble over Oath's ability. Chain light. You know what? Yeah, let's go with lightning. Lightning and hammer. How you doing? How are you doing today? Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Chain lightning. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Death. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Yeah, that. Unused of special. Charge primary. Well, if I can become immortal again, that'd be useful. Go that one. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. I might survive a mod of Terraria. What will they think? I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, I'm gonna run around. What, the water? I can actually stay on the water. Ow! That was my shoe. That was my shoe. That's my other shoe. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Partner special is used on. That one's that one's special. That one's special. No. New one. Yeah, I like that one. 'Cause I like not dying. Okay, no. Oh, this is how I go here. This is how I look at that. Got it. Ow! Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! Lightning... Jesus! Lightning bolt! Jesus! Lightning bolt! Sleep! Okay, was that a real video? Was that a real video? Was that a meme video? Like, it feels like that was a meme video. I have to know if that procs while I'm not. It was special. What? Wait, what? What? I'm a little confused now. Why is, You know, I'm gonna explore a little bit. Ow, why am I taking damage? Was that a real video? Like, was the video actually supposed to be real? Like, I don't. Oh, it was special. Well. Wait, can I actually kill myself for activating his? Or hers? Excuse me. Lightning bolt. That was real? Like, that meme video was a real thing that someone thought would actually happen? Like, no. Like, he actually went to that thingy and went, yeah, this is totally gonna work out fine. I like that. Oh! What? Okay, note to self. Pain. 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 Pain and suffering. Pain and suffering. You know, because the mage casting lightning bolt was really tossing the pebbles and being accurate. Oh, that one. No, I'm talking about the one where it's they're playing. It was the LARPers, and he's being interviewed by the police by TV because they discovered a crime scene, and the guy was missing his head. I forgot about that one from Smosh. No, it's not Smosh. What was that? What was that MTV show again where it was online videos? Forget what it was called. Partner uses special, activate primary. And special, while burst is not active, lower burst cooldown. Yeah, that'd be useful. Special gains more damage. Gain 2 know that one. Okay. That one. That one. Can everything die? Actually, I'm not a fan of this. Not a fan. I'm not a fan of this world. Thank you very much. Everything die, please. So, the grass is safe. The water kills you. When you switch, you get out of the water for one and into the water for the other. Don't like it. Don't like it. don't like it. I'll hit with burst. Inflict 3 seconds of... No. Sure, that one. Yeet! Oh, I don't have, I'm not Giga Charged yet. Oh, that's a meme. Okay, so that's a meme video. Okay. Okay, that one's a meme video. Good. Got it. Thank you. I wasn't certain. Everything die, please. Thank you. Bonk, 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 bonk. Ow. Yeah! The shield is very useful. Shield is very useful. Lowest special cooldown. Yeah, give me that. Ah! Don't. You know, I would like to use hammer. However, hell. It's in hell. It's in hell. It's in hell. That's where it is. It's in hell. It's in hell. Very painful. Very painful. Ah! I didn't mean to hit that button. I didn't mean to hit that button. Oh, this is painful. Okay, well, I'm not in danger anymore. I'm still in danger. I'm still in danger. I'm still in danger. I'm still in danger. How'd you die? Probably has 20% chance to activate special on use. Ooh. First cooldown reduced by 10 seconds. Gain it. Yeah. Gain to primary. Yes. Yes, please. Alright, now I have infinite, no death now. Now I have me never die ever again. Thank you. Press use automatically when weapon isn't... Yeah! Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh. Well then, this is a little awkward now, ain't it? This is a little painful now, isn't it? While you playing this reminds me of how Jim Sterling became a nutcase and put some of his insanity in the actual Vampire Survivor games. Wait, I'm sorry. Jim Bob, Mr. Jim Bob, Mrs. Jim Bob, whatever Jimbo. I'm sorry. I feel like I need elaboration on this one. What do you mean Jim Bob, Bo Bob, Blambo? What did he do? What did he do to Devil Survivor, Demon Survivor, Devil Survivor, Vampire Survival? Rutabaga? What did he do to Rutabaga? What did you do to Rutabaga? I feel as... That's a lot of fish. I feel like I can just stand still and not ever have to... Wait, what do you do? I can ignore that. Charge weapon primary. Based on buff. Sure? Oh, yeah, sure, that one. No, that one. Sure. Okay. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, yeah, I can just activate. I forgot. I can just, ow! 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 Ow. Ow. Ow, 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 ow! Yeah. Okay. So, what exactly, did he make like a, did he like play it? Is he, okay. Is he still wearing the wig? Is he still wearing the wig? Is it appropriate to say he still, or anymore, or is he still wearing the wig? It's a wig, right? There's no, it's a wig, right? It's a wig, right? There's no way. It's a wig, right? Because, like, the problem is I can't take him seriously. So I can't take, what is it, Jill? Is it Jill? Or was it something stupid? Base gear is when Vampire Survivor was very popular and one of the characters was based. Wait. Wait, am I launching? Oh, it launches out on special. Okay. What, excuse me. I don't appreciate any of this. Tim saying latched onto it. Devs had him write lore for her bestiary entry, and he wrote that she would. Why did they think it would be a smart idea to give that object any right to touch anything? What is wrong with them? Are they dumb? I mean, obviously they are, but still. I'm sorry, I'd rather not die, thank you. Please, stop, please, stop, 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 stop! I feel like I'm only surviving because I have infinite healing. I feel mildly, exposed right now. Ow. Ow. So yes, it's a wig and he's also wearing goth. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Ah! Ow. supposed to be good? Oh, hello. Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, hello there, mysterious stranger. How you doing? A little fast there, buddy. A little fast there. Excuse me. Oh no! Ow. Oh, it was Stephanie? Oh. It's better than just naming himself Jill. I swear to God, you know what? I have to look it up. Might be able to switch to that Hololive version as well as Mega Bonk. Really? That's why? Why? God, I hate it. Have you ever just like start cocking back? Like you're ready to go, you just start cocking and you're like, and then it never comes? And you're just sitting there with your mouth wide open and your head cocked back and you're just like, where is it? Where is it? Come on. Come on. And you're just sitting there like, what am I supposed to do now? I look like an idiot. I want to sneeze. Stupid. Okay, wait, hold on. Jim Sterling. It has Jim Sterling. Oh my god, it's so bad, dude. It's so bad. It's so bad. I've now played Dust Brown 2. You do know that game's reaching end of service in the next couple months, right? There's no way they're coming back. There's no way. No. There's no way they're coming back after it came out that it was Israel that was trying to get them banned. It was Israel telling Steam to not release the game. Why? I don't know. That would just rip Twitter apart. It'd be pretty funny, though. No, Blue Archive with Limbus Company would rip Twitter apart. Blue Archive with Limbus Company would rip Twitter apart. Dust Brown with Blue Archive would just be kind of funny. It really does just look like he's in a rig. It really does just... That's why the why? Oh, the pot one, yeah. I took a B. That's like a B, that's B tier. That is solidly B tier. Tentacle pot, B tier. B tier. I will not elaborate on that at all, by the way. Nor am I going to elaborate at all what tiering I'm talking about. I will say this much. Ain't some sort of controversy with Reverse 1999 recently. Something with a collab? Oh, all I know about Reverse 1999 is it's the actual lesbian game. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, all women on the internet love women and boobies and stuff, and it's like, no. However, It's like, no, but... No, however... That will be fine as long as they go through with the censored and... Oh, no, they are. It's already released. No, it's already been released. The censored, uncensored. The entire world is uncensored except for Israel. Israel is the only country that got censored. That's already been released. Now, I actually did try playing 1999, and it was just kind of mid. It was just kind of mid. It was fine. It was just kind of mid. Oh, it did? I thought it just happened last night. Yeah. Yeah, it's Chinese, which is a bigger surprise. Just don't think about why Schneider is holding an umbrella over her and Burton's head over leaning in close. I try and have reverb out of curiosity. Because how's you doing? I am doing great, except for my internet exploded like an hour ago. And I don't know why. My router, my modem, I think. Either the modem or the router, one of them went into boot loop. What counts as S tier for you, Jelly? Do I answer that? Spectre's been sketchy for me. Too specific? No. I mean, quite literally, my internet exploded. I mean, it went from fine to it is no longer working and the modem is dead. What would be S? She likes Ramona? No. And okay, both of those things are incorrect. Both of those things are incorrect. Lisa Van actually had a good story that combined vampire. Wait, which thing's new story? 1999. See, this is the thing. I have played so many gacha games that unless this gameplay is actually real, I can't play it. And I've never found a gacha game story that's actually been good. Except for Limbus Company, for the most part, and Uma Musume, because it's just real life horse racing. And Princess Reconnect. I liked the story of Princess Reconnect. Sucks that, you know what's really funny? Princess Reconnect died the second they released the, you have 2 days to pull on this banner that takes triple the amount of pulls to, spark it. And it is limited to this banner and this banner alone. And I'm not even joking. It was like the main witch villain, I think it was. It was like, New banner, new character. Ooh. Come and get them in this super special banner. And a super special banner. And I'm like, okay. I proceed to get every single free currency possible. I do like 30 pulls. I don't reach pity. I don't reach spark. I don't get it. And then 5 minutes later, the banner is closed. I looked at that, and then I checked to see if how much free currency you get after that, and there was no more free currency. You got exactly like 40 currency every week, and that's it. It literally killed Princess Reconnect. Like, impressively, instantly killed it. But to be fair, Princess Reconnect was literally just Blue Archives. It is the exact same. It's literally the exact same. The only difference is guns and magic. That was the only difference. It's pretty fun. It's a Ho-Yo game. It's a Ho-Yo game. That instantly means it's the worst thing to ever exist ever. Yeah. But she would release gotchas fully when they close down. No. I could care less. Like, what are you going to be playing? And with the story, you can literally just go online and look at the story. Like, I am... Oh, sorry. There's one more gotcha game I was actually super into. And it was, Final Fantasy Record Keeper. Went on release, and then it became slop, and then it became slop. So I actually did really like Record Keeper, but then it turned into slop, like, after the 4th year, and I was like, oh, no, 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 no. So let's just go online and read the story, so, yeah, exactly. No gacha game has actual real gameplay, so it's whatever. All online multiplayer games have no real single player, so it's whatever. Connect anime isn't close to the game. Try being more like Konosuba, yeah, which I mean, based honestly. It's same for any game, but why not play and read the visual novel for yourself over looking it up? What are you playing? Like, that's my problem. Like, take Blue Archives, for instance. What are you playing for the story? A already pre-selected, you cannot do anything, like, cutscene that you actively have to attempt to fail to lose? You know? But see, that's the thing. Okay, Limbus is a bad example, because Limbus can literally just be a solo game. It really can just be a solo game. Then look at a wiki. You don't have to look at a wiki, just go on a YouTube video. GG. Didn't Creative Nike release a previous gacha that got shut down? You can still play it? Huh? Step Point made a... or whatever. What is it called? Is it Step Point? Shift Up? Shift Up made a different gacha? I thought this was the first game. Oh. Destiny Child. No, that's a different company. No, that's publisher. Destiny Child? So more enjoyable to click through it myself. Heard of them before Nike, but I don't know if it was a gacha. I didn't even know that was a thing. I only knew about them from Nike. Nikki. Nuki. Snooky. Snooky. Snooky! Nookie. I want a cookie, yeah. Okay, it was Destiny Child? Ah. It's not Snooky! Snooky, I got a Snooky, yeah. Snooky. Anyway. Like, it's hard, man. It's the fun part of like the gacha games is more so like the time from start to end. You know what I mean? Or start to continuation. Wait, what? What the hell are you talking about? That's a girl band. That's a girl band. That's a band. That's a girl band. Go-Go Gadget. That's a Go-Go Gadget. What? Come to Us and Shipped Up are collaborating to revive the Destiny Child IP, which is set for a global release in 2026. It will be an idle RPG. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had a game like that. Wait, is the dude from... Wait, they're the guys who made Summoner's Wars? Why does that sound familiar? Have you ever just seen... You have a Snooky, but don't call me that! No, you're homosexual. Completely different. There's short autism character Snow White, and now she's... Swole White? As long as she's alright. Do people still play these games? Epic 7? Is Epic 7 still a thing? Brown Dust 2 is currently trending. I wonder why. I give Brown Dust like 4 more months. I give them 4 more months. Also, Fantasy debut in the new BA event. What? I'm sorry. I didn't know Blue Archives was reaching end of service, EOS. I didn't know they were reaching EOS. I didn't know they were reaching EOS. The Epic 7 animation. Wait, there's an anime for Epic 7? Wait, there's an Epic 7 and there's an anime. People play it? I don't believe you. No, to be fair, I'm so old. I'm so old. I played the MMO Madoka Modica game. I haven't installed. No, they have anime and music. Oh, okay. I haven't installed my old iPod, but I've never launched it. I don't know what it is. I don't want to know what it is. I'm so old, I played classic RuneScape back when it was just RuneScape. Oh my god. There's so many things I don't know why people play them. What do you mean RuneScape? I've seen RuneScape and I was so confused by it. You yawn? No! Yoink! Well, there's something. Wait, what are you doing here? Don't you work? I thought you had a thing called a job and a life and human rights violations to commit. No work today? Well, cool. It's making me remote for the time because it was free. I guess that's true. I feel crazy. Back in... That guy's dead. I just watched a video of a guy die. So it's obviously fake, but still. All those are true, but I had the day off. Oh! Including the gay part, right? Brown Dust 2. Hey guys, we're gonna censor the game literally the week later. Releases Tentacle Pot. Releases Tentacle Pot. Still a beat. Not, you know what? Not even the best tentacles. Tentacle Pot is actually not even the best tentacles. Deprivation Ground. That's the best tentacles. There's no gray part. Nice try. Yeah, you're right. There was no gray part. You're correct. I said gay. Deprivation. the removal of something. It's called deprivation. Found this too. Don't play it in England. Oh my god, wait. Wasn't that a thing that happened to someone? Because YouTube, I didn't know you were based like that. I'm sorry, YouTube. I didn't know you were based like that. I don't know what you're talking about, Snake. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, buddy. I don't even know. I don't even know who you are. Nope. Don't know. Don't know nothing. Who? I mean, weird if I set foot there, it's just funny. And what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? No, it's not. It's like A at most. It's kind of mid, in all honesty. But like, it's the best of the of those. But no, it's not. No. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. I know that it's where they are unaware of what's going on in the pot. Not the pot! Those are two different things. And I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. No, that's time stop. They're two different things. Okay, okay, you know, I'll do one more. I got one more in me. I'll come one more time. Healing at full HP grants heal strength. Gain 6% bonus damage for 3 seconds when swapping in. Dash chain through a blink that briefly grants invulnerability. Gain 10 armor penetration. Gain an extra 20 when in close proximity to foe. Yeah. Sure. You move around, they just don't fit. No, no. Snake, we are not, you. This is triggering me. No, you do not. No, stop it. Stop spreading fake. Stop spreading false information. Stop it, Snake. Stop it. Stop spreading false information. It should be I'm not going. Oh. You know what? I should have probably read the text on the bottom left. Afflicted by a shame anomaly, this world is superimposed upon itself. Swapping characters changes the battlefield. You may traverse the shallows, but you will sustain damage over time in return. Allow elite foes here arrive in pairs. A techno paradise filled with dangerous automatons. Foes attack in mysterious paths, and elites cause explosions and launch projectiles. Nah, I'm now confused. Okay. So you have a hole, okay? You fall into the hole, okay? The top side of the hole feels nothing. The bottom side of the hole feels everything. Okay? Okay. Hmm. No, you would not. No, 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 no. You are incorrect, good sir. I have to touch things. Oh, it's a machine gun. No, it's not how it works. Stop it. You're talking about something else. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Bop. Back. Buffs, always nice. Orbital. Yes. Oh, okay. Good to know. Penguins. Ow! Oh! They die. Ow! 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 Probably. Probably. Oh, that's special. Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Okay, excuse me. I'm hitting the wrong button. That's good. I love those. I love ham. I love a ham sandwich. This is just four-side. I crazy, or is this just four-side? Sorry, why was it just pew 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 pew? I said no. True, but it doesn't work there. It doesn't work there. That's not how it works. This is the problem. That's just not how it works. It's just not how it works. Not how it works. Oh, I can walk over here. Oh, I didn't know I could walk in the street. Someone told me I could walk in the street. Someone told me I could just walk in the street like that. I'm gonna need to, go this way. I got hit. Useless. That's actually just useless. I don't have crit. B-roll. That's kind of useless too. Burst is used automatically when weapon isn't held. Yeah. Sure. Well, actually, that's not good either. Sure. Can I please? Oh, God, Jesus. Ow. Yeah, sure, I'll go with that one. Meow. Hello. It. No! Preggers get an extra primary charge. Primary track. Why would I want that? It literally goes pew pew anyway. Unless it goes pew pew faster. Piece of 60. Dash grants 2 stacks of Pregos. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Infinite healing now. Gains 2 pierce and 30 increased damage on special or burst. Activate primary. Sure. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Hello. Oh, it's unfortunate. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I love how give this thing a single charge and it becomes like infinite. I need color back in the world. Lower. Ooh, well, that's useless though. Sure, fire the blacks. You know, I actually have a soft spot for these types of games. I actually did very like, what's it called? Vampire Survivor? Fight. Fight! How far can I go? Right there! Right there, apparently, is where I can go. Right there is apparently where I can go. Wait, can I kill him from over here? Okay, and it gets sucked up. Okay, that's good to know. Take your time? Never. Why would I take my time? My time is the highway, and the fine way, and the potato salad. What? Wait, it's me! That's me! Wait, that's me! Well, this is awkward. Gain extra charge, charge tracks, special gains 100% crit chance, special becomes ranged. After burst, gains swiftness, doesn't matter. That one. So, am I just, immortal now? Am I just immortal? Can I even die? Is dying even real? What the point of that? It's kind of useless for me. I need something that makes my, that do the big faster. That's a little awkward. Partner special is used automatically if they aren't active. 8-second cooldown. You know what? I kind of want to know. Kind of want to know. It does count! Count? If it just counts. I mean, if it just counts. I mean, if it just counts. Airship did find her dead body. She's not her. Wait, what? When? Wait, what? Wait, what? When? Wait, what? Alright, baby, she's dead unless it's another instance like she will go. Oh god, it's a white woman! I got scared by a white woman. I got scared by a white woman. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. That's what Aaron was talking about. Wait, what? I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention. Oh wait, you mean boobies? Yeah, I thought she was dead. What? Fine, I'll do it. I'm curious. This feels like overkill. Well then, that feels a little overkill. Alright, what's the new gacha that seems to be the new Blue Archive? Wait, is there a new one? Is there? Oh yeah! The, oh god, what's it called? I remember it died almost instantaneously because, the game sucks. But it's not Blue Archive. It has that same, I guess, appeal? Jesus. Hello, white woman. Excuse me, white woman. Excuse me, white woman. That wrong button. Ow. Excuse me, white woman. Excuse me. Blue, I'm blue. Oh, ow. Ow. Okay, I'm starting to understand you. Oh, I'm yellow. I understand now. Wow, that's... Bro. I am yellow. I am yellow. I understood. There have streams of someone playing Blue Archive, and I remember them saying they didn't find her. Tell a story, yeah, that's kind of funny, actually. Damage contribution, 91% of that. That's a little excessive. There's a little bit more. Can I buy another thingy? Sure. Neat. And now it's just the story. Which, honestly, I'm a little tired now. I think that's good. I think that's perfectly good. Now, let me take a look at the settings. What do you got for settings there, buddy? Got it. Find 1, Chapter 3. Hoshino mentioned her body was recovered 30 days after her halo shattered. Oof. Oof. Yeah, it's hard, man. I wish I cared about Blue Archives, but past the anime girls cute and funny, I could really care less about Blue Archive. The complete lack of gameplay kind of killed it for me really badly. I'm sleepy. Anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. I got distracted. I'm bored. No, I know what I am. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm warm. Oh, my fat thighs. God, that's a lot. Plonk. Lift up. Sit down. Plonk. Why have I been so slippery? I stand up and then I sit down again and then I never gonna get up again. And I stand up and I get all wobbly. What happens at home? Like my balance is just off when I get home. Kind of funny. Also, I'm walking away. I'm gonna get snackums. By snackums, I mean I'm gonna throw Triscuits in the microwave and melt cheese on them. 10-minute stream? I'm not leaving yet! We're gonna vibe for a minute. We're gonna vibe. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna vibe. I'm gonna do that VTuber thing of where I spend another hour and a half talking about nonsense, and pretend people actually want to listen to me instead of just stare at my chest. We all know that's why people, that we all know, and we respect it. Y'all know and respect it. Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff in my way, because I still have stuff from Christmas in here. Fish. Okay. I did not know. I want to know, what do you mean water spontaneously combusts out of fish tanks? Where does the water go? Where does the water go? The water just disintegrates. It's like I have this tank filled and like I look away and like the water is all gone. What? What do you mean the water's all gone? What about terrible mangas we read? Oh god. The problem with that is like I've never sat down and really read a manga far enough where I think it's bad, but I kept reading it, except for that one I said before that I forget its name already. Can you hear that? But yeah, did you forget the Red Fuka's dad was no. I remember that, because I did read. Okay, Fuka was one. I don't like Fuka. Thought it was kind of mid. Ghost Reaper Girl. That would be amazing because it was by the dude who made the Rosary Vampire manga. But I was wrong. Ghost Reaper Girl? The hell is that? Oh, wait. Is that the manga where it's the little girl who's trying to kill people? Because she's the Grim Reaper? And it's like in a death game? But no one takes her seriously because she's a tiny lolly? And it's played for laughs? So every time she tries to kill someone, it fails miserably? And everyone just laughs at her? Bro, I'm staying up and away from my seat, so if I'm jizzing out, then you know why. And you can't stand. No, you can't. No, you can't. You're really telling me you're gonna be staring directly down. Now it's a lie he gets possessed by some god from hell. You know, you're gonna have to be way more specific than that. You're gonna have to be really more specific than that. That really does not narrow it down. Just look up Ghost Reaper Girl. Alright, is that what it's actually called? Ghost Reaper Gummies? That sounds like drugs. Ghost Reaper Girl is a supernatural action manga by Akisa Saike, formerly Akisa Ikaida, about an aspiring actress who becomes a Ghost Reaper Girl to fight evil spirits with help from an anonymous entity named Kai, all while trying to maintain her normal life and career. Known for Rosary. Oh, see, that's the problem. You know, I've realized something. A lot of really, really good mangas transition from A to B, and whenever a successful one that does that proceeds to try and make another manga in the same vein, it always fails because they never figure out how they're supposed to do it. At least for me. Like, a great example of that is I love Nejima a lot. because it goes from comedy, ecchi, slice of life to shonen battle manga. Like, it entirely dumps the harem aspect. It almost entirely dumps the, almost entirely dumps the ecchi aspect. Most entirely dumps the romance aspects. And is almost entirely a battle manga. But it works very well doing that. Heckin', the World Only Knows goes from, like, episode of the week, romance manga to a mystery, a fantasy mystery story. You know, with the goddess arc. So it's like every good, amazing manga transitions from A to B. They never stick to what they are originally. I heard that the revival anime adapted the shonen stuff. Which one? You mean the Nejima ? Exclamation point? And no, it did. It stuck more with the romance stuff with very little of the battle manga stuff. Rosie kept the hammer. Its story got really good as it went on, but he wanted to move on from folklore monsters, things inspired by H.P. Lovecraft, and goes, well, no. Rosie Vampire went from a I guess, comedy suspense. It went from more of a comedy to more of a romance. You know? Romance. It went from like a battle comedy to like a comedy romance. And because like the comedy kind of saw a comedy battle. I forget, but it did shift its focus. Another good one is Don't Tell My Secret. I forget its full title, but it's like Don't Tell My Secret, or like Keep It Vampire Secret Life or something, where the green-haired vampire accidentally reveals that she's a vampire because she's an idiot. And it turns out every single person the main character knows is secretly some special thingy. The class president is an alien that's like 2 inches tall, and the big thing is actually a robot suit. The childhood friend is a werewolf that's like, werewolf is like it's half boy, half girl. What's the TF for? Was it because I muted? Yeah, I had my door open here and my brother walked behind me. I'm right next to the kitchen on the other side of the building. So I still had my food over there, and I was by the computer, and I muted because my brother came in to get a drink. Anyway, yeah, I actually throw my Triscuits in the microwave. Cheese. The werewolf being both. Oh yeah, the childhood friend of the vampire, childhood friend is a girl that when she sees a full moon, is a boy that when he sees a full moon, turns into a sexy werewolf woman, but it's actually just a woman. And it's like twins. They're like born twins. And it doesn't matter what kind of moon. It could be the actual moon, or it could be like a picture of the moon. It could be someone's butt, if it's shiny enough. Which is one of the things that happens, and it's played up for laughs. I just cannot remember if it's, the boy is the werewolf, or if the girl is the werewolf half. I can't remember. The school principal is a lolly immortal demon that likes to play tricks on everyone. No, an Oni. The main dude's childhood friend's glasses turns into a god. Like a kami. I forget which character. One of the characters. Oh, it's the one of the characters is the daughter of someone. I forget who came from the. Oh, it's the daughter of the childhood friend with the kami glasses, who came from the future, who is also a ninja. Probably giving us a hairy werewolf girl. Nope. Okay, let's all be fair. How many people would actually like that? No one. Oh, sorry. Who would care about that outside of Reddit? I don't want. Okay. It's furry anime, yeah, but they're actual furries. Like, actual furries. Like, hey, it's like, when it's an actual furry, like that dog, like the dog, that's hot. When it's like a normal person but hairy, that's not hot. Very important, very different. Oh yeah, I'm debating whether or not I want to buy Hightail. I've seen everyone go, woo, Hightail, woo. But it's like, I don't have friends. What Mystic Lands figures? Is Leah? What's Mystic Lands? I forgot about Blood Plus. I always love it when I see someone post Blood Plus images on videos on Twitter, because it's like, bruh, that is not a real thing. Oh! what's the meme? He looks like he, enjoys, kimono girls. Crazy, you mean fairy like, Poltra is hot? Fairy like, no, wait, what? No, I mean like cute anime girls, but they're an animal. That's a cow. That's just a cow. That's literally just a cow. That's just a cow. Oh, Jesus Christ! What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean the Gundam store? What do you mean the Gundam store sells anime cowgirl figure? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean Gundam sells that? You mean Gundam? Elaborate by that. Gundam? Gundam. Alright. Who's Poltra? I'm confused now? No. Why are you confused? Why are you confused? I'm confused, you're confused, we're all confused, we're confused! Wait, that's real? She's a cat girl from the ZZZ who's full furry. Oh! Well, what kind of furry you mean? I mean, a furry. I'm confused. Like a furry? You know. Like a furry. You know. A furry. You know, a fairy. What do you mean? Bum PC Gamer. Here's one big benefit to Hytale not being on Steam. Its refund policy is way better than Valve's. Ahaha, yes, Steam. Famous for their terrible return policy. We just said no. No what? Wait, when did I say no? Wait, what did I say? What'd I say? Yes, I know who Poltra is. After you said what game they were from and who it was, I thought you were just talking about Pachirisu. I thought you were just talking about Pachirisu. Not the kind of you like. I never said that. Wait, I didn't say that. Wait, did I say that? Snake, where is this porn's penis? Why? Snake? Snake? Yes? I'm looking at Twitter, by the way, and I see what you retweeted. Snake, I saw that. Yeah, Leah's, the Arctic Fox mechanic in the Mystic Lands figure toys. Is that supposed to be based on something? Oh, she has a pink all day. Is that from something? That's his penis. Mean the lolly? Oh! Okay, I see. Okay, I see. You're jealous. Okay, I understand. Of the lolly. No, just cute animal girl figures to buy. And I! Wait, I! Wait, who's gonna do G? Someone do G. Someone do G. Someone do G. Someone do G. I said someone do G! No one wants to build towers with me. No one wants to build towers with me. Gee! Thank you, Snake. Sleepy. Eh. 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 Anyway, I'm tired. I'm tired. What time is it? Is it time for me to go to bed? I think it's time for me to go to bed. I am say so. I am good go. I am say so. Not like some of you. Not like some of you weirdos. Y'all weirdos on the internet. The main school anime was cowardly though. Made a boy's actual animal was what? Oh my god, that one pissed me off. I mean, I know why. See, no. Aaron, you need to understand. You need to understand, Aaron. Women are attractive because they are woman. Also, you say so. I am! Hi, hello! Oh gosh, I need to remember. Park? Right? Park, right? It's been a hot minute, so, and I always forget because my memory is that of a goldfish. Yes, yay! I remember. Oh yeah. Did everyone see the reason? Did everyone see the news about the reason why Monster Hunter Wilds has terrible wouldn't it be that of a slime? A slime fish? What's a slime fish? Would that be the fat goopy thing that lives in the bottom of the ocean? The fat goopy thing that goes blah 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 blah. You know, the one that goes blah 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 blah. That one? No? Oh. Oh. I feel crazy. Anyways, Monster Hunter. Oh yeah! Wow, my memory. Wow, my memory is quite literally a doorknob. I am quite literally a doorknob. I am the most biggest doorknob. Why is that terrible something? Oh, it's what's it called? It's like it's frame rate and it's performance. The reason why it has such terrible performance is because if you don't own DLC, it kneecaps your performance. Yes, you heard that right. The game does a check every second to see if you have DLC. And the less DLC you have, the more checks it has to do, which kneecaps the performance. Yeah, bong 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 bong. Bong bong. You right? Yeah, like, if you don't own a DLC, it does a check of that DLC every second until you have the DLC. Apparently it was an unintended effect. It was completely accidental, but it's very funny. I don't think it was intentional. I 100% think it was entirely accidental. Still playing? No! I'm talking and bouncing so that way everyone can listen to me and then stare at my boobies. You know, the normal VTuber thing. Very funny. But the recent Metroid, I mean, to be fair, most video games kind of suck. Most video games kind of suck. Okay, later. Hey! Oh, you're leaving? Oh, bye, slime. You know, I should actually go to bed now. I should actually go to bed. Even Hytale? I haven't played it. I've downloaded its launcher. I just have to actually buy it. And I've been debating on buying it. I might wait like a week or two. And then hop on it. But like, we have slimes. The jelly slime came in. Ah, yeah, that's slime. That's slime. He's a goober. He is a goober. A goobut. A goobaba. Gooby, gooby, gooby. Gooby. Yeah, anyway, I'm going to bed. My Triscuits I threw in the microwave are done, and I'm gonna go eat them. Has anyone accidentally eaten secret before? Hey! What did I do? I didn't know the lime isn't good. It's still there. See, it's still there. You know, I haven't done one of these in a while, so I want to thank everyone for showing up. Thank you, Park. Thank you, Slime. Thank you, Snake. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, platform. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriel. Wow. Culture. Thank you to culture. Thank you, Rui. I don't think you're here anymore, Rui. I think you hate me. I think you want to eat my shoe. Because I made fun of you for your pizza. Sorry. I was saying factual information about your stupid pizza. And thank you, me. I'm the most important one here because I'm cool. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow for, Knocked Hat Traveler. I've been playing that a lot. I should probably play something else. Tomorrow is Limbus stream. No, tomorrow is not Limbus. I may touch Limbus on like Monday or Tuesday. May. I have mixed feelings about Limbus right now. It will be on Monday or Tuesday. Anyway, bye-bye. I love you. I love all of you. I love 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 you. Someone say it back! I love you.